Look at all those people doing cool shit that I can't do yet. Sorry. I'm clearing my throat into the microphone, which is obviously the sign that I'm doing great, right? Right? Give myself a stretch. Make sure well, odds are it's just gonna be stupid. Wait. How much battery? Okay, we got full battery. Hey, we got full battery. That's always a good sign. But yeah. It is... I've been sitting here for like the last, in this city, in Mordona, for like the last, 45 minutes or so? Well, no, about 30 minutes. Mostly because, I've been grinding. Also, I got glasses now. I've been grinding my shit out. What was that? No, I don't want Java update. Don't. Let's see. I can just show it here. I have spent the last week, and let's see. All of these were shown before. I got my machinist at 80. Dancer's at 78. And Monk is now 2 levels higher. Of course, we're not going to be dealing with any of those classes during this. We're actually going to be doing Paladin. Because recently I forgot to put materia into this, didn't I? Oh well, it's fine. It'll be fine for what we're going to do for today. Let's see. We got a new game plus this, don't we? Part 3. Shadowbringers, Part 3. Deep within the city of Amaroth, the Ascian image itself is last brought low. You return to Crystarium victorious, and the people celebrated beneath a blessedly clear sky. Though your comrades are still not yet able to return to the source, they bid you to cross the rift and relay the word of your success to Tataru and the others. Tataru. Yeah. Let's just do that. Get into our new game plus mode, so no spoilers can be happening, because there'll be spoilers. There will definitely be spoilers here. Shaken resolve. Theresa, gods to see you. I hope you being here means you've had your fill of rest. Not so much as 40 winks. There's been too much going on. You're too selfless, that's your problem, but you'll be you'll be no good to anyone if you don't take a break every once in a while. Anyways, not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet the helper I told you about, but he refused to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Orosian Alliance throughout, though. They said the fighting has finally started the Gimlet Dark, and with that the Empire has shown no signs of movement, which might actually mean we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. See, I go away for a week, and I lose my ability to read. That's how this works, isn't it? Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell more about your time in the First? Oh, great. Oh, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Philemon to join us. She wants to know what happened to Philly, and I think it's best she heard it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. I need to turn this down for myself, because it's going loud on me. Yep, we'll just fly straight to it. Whoop. It might have been too long. Tataru did mention I would be joining you, did she not? Yes. Thank you. What can I well express how long I know more of the first? This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be joining us shortly. We need to talk about how your adoptive daughter is dead. What? So Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle? This girl, Thancred, named Reen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. Oh no. In that respect, they're all quite alike. It seems like her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Theresa, might I ask you a favor next time you return to the first? To tell Reen what I cannot? I'll got the piss off. To tell her thank you? Hmm? Sure. I would like to offer thanks to you as well for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, can I have a word? What? Who? Oh, it's you, Real. Real, I hope you tell me you received word from my helper. I wish, nay, I've been long peep out of him, and it's a good long while too bloody long, on account of which I'm going to sneak over the board and see if I can't get a signal to him to come closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, if we can't ask Thancred to do it, besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking my way through the gimlet now the fighting's died down. God's knows there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around twiddling me thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now I best be. Huh? Ah, I nearly forgot Crowl's at the stones and she wants a word. Something to do with patience. He was getting ready to examine them again when I left. Oh no, maybe there's some other issue with everybody. We best head back, then I'm sure it's important. Well, see you later. We told you your daughter's dead, so... Adoptive daughter. Ooh-wee. Oh no, there might be some issue with them in the first. Jump. Jumpity jump jump. It seems I still examine him. I hope it's nothing bad. I really hope there's nothing wrong with them. You know, having their souls out of their bodies for such a long period of time. Can I make sure that... Hold on.
You're here. Good.
Yeah, there's... I want to make sure that something was up. Oh, actually, I forgot about the other thing that I should have up. Whoops. I am so prepared after not doing anything for like a week.
So, how are they?
How are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health.
Okay, so everything's peachy.
For the present, at least.
Eh?
For the present?
What do you mean?
Oh no, is something wrong with them?
Well, not yet.
I'm afraid there may be.
Ooh. Wait.
I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed.
What could this be
Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time.
And time is what we don't have. And time is
Though
ticking
I can
clock.
but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods!
Oh,
what
no.
happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening.
We'll make sure.
Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Leave it to me. I will save everyone and look stylish with my new glasses.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I, for one, am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through.
we at least explained to
Even if it does
her
mean
that
our friends must
Graha
remain
was,
stranded a while longer.
I guess, the Exarch.
There is another way, I am
I
sure
mean, I
of
am
it.
assuming that she
And the
knows
key
because
lies
they were
with him,
both students
with
of
the Exarch.
Baldessian. So,
Pray return to the first and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Wait. Okay, I guess we just... It's like, okay, now go back to the first. Tell them all about the bad shit that's about to happen. Ocular. Oh, wait. Also gates. I actually was starting to look for the ocular. I'm like, oh, wait, no, it's not called that. It's not called that. Talk with the... Whoops. Sorry. Now the Crystal Exarch. Even though we know it's his name and everything, he's just going to be continuing to be called Crystal Exarch. You know, it's hoodless now. Hey, your turn. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. I basically grinded classes for the last week. Gratia. But of course it wasn't. Go on. The corporeal aether shows signs of instability. By the gods, this possibility never even occurred to me. If you returned in the hope that my research would yield a solution, I fear you'd be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friend's body safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. We must be told that you're basically dying. I mean, you're always dying. But you're dying faster now. Well, there's 3 of them. Where's Thancred and Urianger? And I guess Reen as well, but she doesn't matter. Where's Emmett Selg? Wasn't he oh wait. Uncle Lauren.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Well, you're not the latest.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Oh, bloody eating
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed.
Yes, nod.
I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
Your ether's unstable. It will go unstable over time. You're basically going to die. Assumingly.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected. To my eye, at least.
For now. You
How
haven't
long
looked
they
at
will remain so is another
Banquet in a
question.
while.
Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Well, time to kill the cat boy.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass
We told a
unscathed.
hole in the fabric of reality
succeeded
to
in
slip
creating
you
said
your
hole,
ass through.
I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state.
Hang upon your failures.
I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Death. Smack. Oh, flick. No.
What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Hey, I think you should. No.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
Huh?
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
Or how about how Asians do it? Maybe we should look at how the Asians do it.
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change.
You are my fuck
But
toys.
vague notions
You must
of
come
ownership
with
seem
me.
a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Asian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Wow, we figured out a way to do this.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us.
But they might be a dick about it.
On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
The soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters.
I forget to do something.
No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience.
Or maybe they'll just, like, sick their
They may
familiars
still be
on
inclined
us.
to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
We have to try. We have to give them a chance. Crystal SR's helmet. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the place we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I arrange a boat to carry us there. While Jolly's journeys thither, I best devote mine energies to the creation of right our side. Now, meet you with Sullen and prepare a warm reception. We're going on a grand adventure. Wait, I can talk to Ariane. Pray join the others in Sullen. I shall return my thoughts to the right our side. I think this is the closest. It's been a while. It's been a week. It's been a week since I even looked at this map. Damn. Coffee. Wait. Man, I can barely see. What's with the draw distance? It's almost like it's foggy out. The source. Yeah, maybe it was just been better to... Yeah, I did take the longest way I could. Oh, wait, yeah. I forgot that, like, they basically, like... Oh! As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot in the palace grounds when I was set foot about a host of familiars, and I expect their reception today will be no different. Which is why I propose that we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but were you not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight's going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch might have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creation. I mean, I should be most interested to meet those who could overcome my defenses. And as any true seeker of knowledge, there's little I can say or do to convince them to help us if I know nothing of their characters, so... Let's just fight our way through. With this uplifting music. Punch. Weapons drawn, dicks out. You seem to be enjoying this, Exarch. Maybe it's because you just have like this massive crush on the Warrior of Light? Well, I do not deny I thought of fighting alongside you all rather been pacing inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem rather high-spirited at me. Now that you're surprised, your moods invariably improve when the Warrior of Light is around. What are you exactly implying? She averted a calamity, and light seems to be destined to consume her if it had been whatever. Yes. Okay, we get it. We need to go and do that. Everybody has a crush on me. That's fine. The Grand Cosmos. Yeah, making sure that I don't have anything else queued up. Oh, I should also make sure. I'm gonna do the rest of this as Paladin. But no shield. Because my shield's invisible. It's there. It's totally there. I can't hit anything. Wet. Okay, come on, queue up. Come on, Pop. I'm a tank. You're supposed to instant queue. Let's see. What did I do last week? Oh wait, I know. Just play this game. I'm legit. Like, I didn't really do much of anything the last week or so, and that's what's kinda sucks, but is it? It's just been me, like, grinding other classes. And then going, yeah, I barely understand this class. Like, I think I know what I'm doing, but sometimes I feel like I don't. Even though they're the easiest classes, supposedly. Like, dance is pretty easy. It's just like, but it makes you feel like a failure because things aren't proccing half the time. It's like, yeah, I've hit these 2 attack buttons like 40 times. Why haven't you... Why is it that only 10 times did the other attack proc? I kind of want to look at this sword a little bit more. It's a decent design. Dude, come on. Pop, 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 pop Q. It's 9 p.m. on a Friday. You should be able to proc right now. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. I like that I can jump from here to the boat, but every time I've tried to jump from the boat to the dock, well, except for that time, I kept on missing. Oh yeah, that's why. Because I keep getting hung on this. Except for that time. Oh. No, damn. Damn. Please, would you pop? You know what? I do like that there is at least a glimmer on the glasses. That really works better. It's like, yeah, here's the glasses. What if ray trace reflections? Oh god, that would make this game run like ass. Like, here's some ray tracing. It's like, oh no. We had to put the game at like 480p just to get it to run stably. Instead of this. Oh, why? I'm yawning. I'm not that tired. I got up at. Well, that's the thing. I barely ever get like a good night's sleep. Like, it's never. I wouldn't say that. It's like. I shouldn't say good night's sleep. I should say. Like, I never stay asleep constantly. Like, there's always moments in time where I wake up in the middle of the night and it's like. It's like, oh yeah, you know, it's a nice 4 hours of sleep. Turn it over. Hey, look, it's 10 a.m. And yes, I know the math. Yes, it implies that I do sometimes go to sleep at 6. But, I mean, I'm not lying about that. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm trying to clear my throat. Every now and then it feels like I need to clear my throat. Are we still haven't procced yet? 6 minutes as a tank? I swear to God, I'm going to do this as a healer and it's going to be like instant. Because that's how it always works. It would have probably taken me longer to grab these guys. What? We got 2 DPS. That means all we're waiting for is a healer. Healer, 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 healer. Healer, healer, healer. Watch as I become bad at trying to remember Paladin. Which, of course, I'm going to stay Paladin throughout the Endwalker expansion. You know, now when I think about it, every single, like, job class that has been shown. Well, no, never mind. I was like, technically Lise. Lise is a monk, you are a monk. I guess that's the only one. I'm kind of worried that, like, you'll never see, like, Black Mage or Reaper or Dancer. Ah, there we go. Come on. One more. Those people got out of the Grand Cosmos. And then I remembered something. I forgot about Skelly. Skelly needs to be here. Whoosh. Hello. I'm a weird person. Oh yeah, okay. Let me remember how to do this. Okay. Yeah, that's how we do it. Except I also need to pull back. It's been such a long time since I've done Grand Cosmos as well, so it's like, this it's gonna be really fun when that ability stops being what it is. I'm just thinking about like, oh yeah, Spirits Within becomes that thing where it becomes an AoE in Inwalker. Do this too. Ah. This. What am I doing? Let's just use Confiecture, whatever it is. Man, I am bad at Paladin again. Oh yeah, I forgot that after this I can use Royal Authority. Whatever this is. Actually, I have to use it. Oh wow, the Seeker of Solitude is the very first boss. Ah, I did that wrong. Well, actually, I did it kind of wrong. Except I did the other part kind of wrong. And then I forgot to sit back and actually hit the, hit that. Ah. My brain is fucked. Okay. Shit. Okay. Do this. We'll do Spirits Within. Okay, so we do that, we hit Holy Spirit. Pretty sure that's a fucking... Yeah, that was a tank buster. And then I hit one too many times, like an idiot. Fuck it. I don't know how I'm actually doing this fight. Besides badly. Oh, come in. Just do this over and over until we get... No, I guess I'll just do one of these. Oh yeah, we're fighting flying pigs, aren't we? You know, in a weird way, this dungeon also occupies the exact same mind space as the penultimate dungeon in Shadowbringers, the one that you do before Valkyrie, or Innocence, or whatever. I failed again. I'm an idiot. Good thing there's just gonna be charges on those, so I don't fuck this up mentally. Whoops. I'm being an idiot. I'm not paying attention. That's my own problem. I didn't see if that was... Yeah, that was... I need to be paying more attention to my... Boop. Seeds get to be off the seed. And then they wither and die, and I forgot to check to see if... Man, I feel sweet. And I'm like, oh yeah, I missed the pink buster. We fall everywhere. Oh. I don't know if they go all the way or... Okay, they go one square. It's like, for a second there, I'm like, where does it go? Where will it go? Okay, I think it's Storm the color. The tank buster. Yeah. Oh, I should be passing on these things, shouldn't I? Instead of not doing shit. Oh wait, this is... Oh, so this is where they are. I've been fighting a bunch of those stupid dragons and like... I see them in, I see them in like the Baja place. I'm like, oh, hey, dragons. I've never seen your kind before. And turns out, yes, I have. I'm just an idiot who doesn't pay attention to why he's fucking fighting in other dungeons. Wait. Okay, it is this way. Ghosts! Totally not the fucking, you know, the 14th or the Knights were wait, shit. Like, GG easy dungeons. All dungeons are easy. I don't know why people get weirded out by the dungeons. Except for that one that's at like 5.3. People failed that one a lot. Or failed that second boss. Because they're or final boss. Because it's like, oh, we don't know what we're doing. Get good, motherfuckers. Your job is to get good. Man, I can't wait to just, like, everything that I do is, like, a minor deal. It's like, oh, you want to heal? Okay, cool. Here you go. Heal through everything. Heal through this. I think there's one more full in this dungeon. Maybe? Oh well. Let's watch the cutscene. Shit. I hit my cup on the arm. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus, our guests yet want for company. Oh, yeah. Once again, I cannot. Insatiable flame, Lugus. Ooh. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. Let's see. I should have done this, but it's fine. Daiko. Scorching light. Oh no. Oh no. Already we're doing so well. We're gonna do this. Oh yeah, it's this thing. Okay, never mind. Fuck. Mortal Flame. If I remember, I have to be next to something. Yeah. It's like burn it all, Peter. The boss. Huh, this might have like a tank. Tank buster or... I'm just gonna stand here and not even chase because there's no point. Fuck it. Ah! Oh, this seems like a tank buster. And it wasn't. It just brought some chandeliers down. It's fine. Well, oh, I forgot to deal. It's fine. Oh wait, there's a chair. There were some chairs over there. I burned the chair. Wait. I didn't have much left. You know, I can just... Yeah. Also, once again, I'm being really bad. You look actually like a tank buster, maybe? Wow, one tank buster. There we go. Look at that. Easy. GG. Easy. PP. Hello! You came at the very end of a dungeon. Yeah. Now everybody gets to see you get to experience no moves. Even though we've already experienced no moves in this thing before. Okay. Also, I gave my character glasses.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Poof. It's a no-moo. A new mo. Yeah, wizard, you taste this one. Yes, that's true. And? Okay, Graha, why don't you talk with...
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
He said the word! He said the power word!
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades'
Yes,
very souls
Droopy.
are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How
They're
dare you
like-
speak thus in my presence!
Their
It
entire...
was to escape such
Hey.
words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners,
Dicks!
one and
Yeah,
all.
hello, TK.
And I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
If you tell a no-moo to sit on your dick, will they do
I
it?
can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the new Mo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Alphano, don't be a dick.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety.
Oh, sad
You know not
backstories.
what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
I kind of remember, because I'm a tank. Refuse all we won't. We won't lie down and accept defeat. We never misuse it. You mean the magical plague of Vobert? I guess I get this option because I tank?
You know of the plague?
Oh wait, I haven't shown that on
You
stream
know
yet.
how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
Well, it's either that or death, so, Either they die, or they die. Well, shit.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
See, I don't mind the ears. I just want to give
Commensurate
them
with
head
your
pats.
contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you.
They deserve a
With
head
that settled,
pat.
might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Yeah, so instead of being in the secrecy of this place, let's go to the Crystarium and talk secrets there. Okay, cool. Let's talk with Alpha Node. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Beck Lug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to use such words when treating with them. I have even started to convince, not to compel, yet I cannot deny that part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the pneumo with us. Had he not, Beck Lug wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. You may now use Grand Cosmos and do the Avatar shit, but that stuff sucks. We mustn't dally in here longer. As Becklug was here, the truth of our travails and furs of your vault people should be present. To the Crystal Tower! Actually, I kind of forgot a lot of what this 5.1 had outside of this. Because
Hey!
thank you X8664 for the follow. The first time I saw them I had oh yeah, you know what, that would do it. You know, that type of stuff of like what's it, what would be considered relatable? No, I forget what the term is. Like, oh, you saw this, and now every time you see something similar, it reminds you of that. My words are fucked. I had a week off. You would think that, like, not having a week off would make me feel better, but then, no. Maybe I could say a word, and maybe
I'm
those
sorry.
words would
You
good
mean to
bread
tell me
word
not
good.
only that the return of night was your doing,
Yes,
but
it
that
was
you
all me.
hail from another world as well?
All me, baby. Yeah.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true.
We're
I realize how fantastical
technically
it
aliens?
sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony.
Wait. Okay, let's say
But
an
given your
alternate universe of
expertise,
Earth
you must
has
surely have
like
noted
a
the
different
peculiar
primary
nature of their
species.
souls.
If you travel to that alternate version of Earth, are you alien
Any other
or
time
not?
and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far
Yeah,
denser
well,
than
I
is
mean-
normal, and that they do not possess true bodies.
Well, I mean, it's the stuff that we already know.
Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
Are you calling me heavy?
As I said before, were it
30
not for their
minutes.
counsel, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
It is the least you can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You saved a realm.
You
Now
will
you
help
can
us
go
then?
home. Be happy.
I will.
That's payment.
I would see my knowledge
Not
put
coin,
to good
not
use
accolades.
for a
The
change.
ability to go home.
I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
I need a lab rat.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Now spend the rest of the patch doing errands. Because I'm pretty sure that's what the rest of this patch is. It's like, go here, talk with these people, do some stuff, grab some things, we're gonna research. You spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you any thought as to how you might return to your world? Okay. Then we talked about White Auracite. White Auracite, you say, an interesting proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have been highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible form for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what might happen if their souls were within the Auracite. They could very well become immutable to transference and never restore to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would render our souls dormant entail? Death. In order to maintain corporeal form, your soul constantly draws aether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and resulting sulfate of aether removed. Your minds will ultimately be separated from the faux body of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one will rectify upon you returning home. Leaving lifeless husks like those poor souls at the end of Journey's Head. Corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their aether becomes stagnant by light. Whoa. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why, do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until we've seen their condition firsthand. Then I will take you. Sure. Lost my faith in men, but not my compassion. Okay. Well, let's go to the Journey and Light's Inn and set up an entire thing that might actually solve the tempering issue. I believe my talents will be better applied to the endeavors as well. May I leave you three to them? Yes, okay. Let's go to Amarang. I always think that, like, the point 1 quests are kind of slow. Because it's like, you're getting off of, coming down from, not getting off, you're coming down from, like, the end of Shadowbringers and, like, the ending and everything that's happened there. And then you kind of mull around until, like, until like the next kind of threat comes along. It's Halric. Yes, his etheric balance leans precariously towards the light, towards stasis. What do you propose? What happened to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? Same as all the poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin eater. You know, you don't know that. We defeated the wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there's hope yet. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the Porxies. What sort of treatment? What? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which can temporarily stimulate the aether in one's body. As through some refinement, I came to use the Knights of Orbran, and then for far darker purposes. Lest it falls in the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I'll break that oath. She has created steroids. Because steroids are useful, but then they're used for darker purposes. Like if you inject that person, if you inject someone you hate with steroids, maybe their dick gets smaller. Todd stares blankly at you. Warmth I feel in my chest. Wait. I feel warm. My legs, they don't feel as heavy. Wow, it seems like this almost works. Do. Now then, have you noted any changes? Yes, they seem to be better. The most patient, most severely affected, show no response. As I fear then, 'tis true that the restoration of night, corrupting influence of light, is no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time, but this holds true for only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that is, their soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appears unaffected by your tonic. It's the issue of the soul. Boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it would take years, decades. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. Finding reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never live. Whatever. There must something we could do. Look, I realize this is not why we petition your aids, but do you think it's possible we can find a way to hasten her recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it's impossible in treating them. We might learn something of your relevance to your own predicament. If we cure them, we might cure ourselves. Boom, 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 boom. I suspected the crystal exile I told you in my past, that once there was a mage at the Royal Court of Vobert, and his soul crafts my field of study. The tonic you administered to the parties here is one of my fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things in the kingdom, but in the end, my knowledge only brought suffering. A plague like that which none have ever seen. In the hands of the unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. Hey, the Warrior of Lot brought those people to justice, though, so... Aye, that they did. I shudder to think what might have happened if they had not. But let us turn to the task at hand, finding a means to which we might revitalize these peoples in corporeal form. You think it could be done? Well, the sky is still ablaze with primordial light. I would call it an exercise in futility, but now we might have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit to aether revitalizing magics. If you're about to launch a lengthy explanation about the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing this without learning what it needs to happen. Whatever reagents must be controlled, spells, invokes, I'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first thing will be gathering materials, the purest of waters, finest of clays, as well as a Fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar will help bring patience, that's fine. The water and clay would be simple enough, but I think you know what to do to get the lantern. You don't mean we have to go and deal with the pixies again? We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg. Oh, while you're about, seek out the Nomu of Plot Any. They'll be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Alright, let's all go back to the fucking Ilmeg. Oh, clay. Wait, where am I going to get the clay from? Oh, I have to talk to you about the clay. Clay from Armoring would be best. Know if anyone might be able to assist us. Well, the scavengers and Mort Soak. Scavenge, you say? Well, they might not lay a line, but I dare say they're more interested in trinkets. So I guess that just leaves Twine. Yeah, let's just go talk to the people at Twine. Twine. Oh wait, they're just right here. Let's go all around Norvit again to showcase everybody doing things. What a coincidence! We're just working on the trolley. Repairing the Taliesin trolley to look. Trolley's no trouble, but the Talus would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered to show a share of leftover building materials from the daily stone lurks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai does. He seems pretty keen on the ideas I have for putting the giant Talus to work. Like a giant trolley, but the Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean we have to go and harassing our guests then. Master Chai was about being polite. Oh, and something tells me Theresa didn't come here all the way to talk about trolleys. I need some clay. Oh yeah, now I also remember what this patch had. We had to deal with Yulmore and it's like politics as well. Look no further. If you can find some quality clay, it's us. If that's not common nowadays, there must be some lurking around here. Let's digging up. Maybe you take the clay from the mines. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but it'd be good stuff, so go searching there. Hey! Man. As I said, I kind of don't like the lull moments in this game. It's like, yeah, we're trying to fix other problems, but it doesn't have the excitement. Oh, clay. Bird. Damn it. At least it barely does any damage. Boop 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 ba doop ba doop boop boop. The curing of the tempering. See, I don't mind it because they do it throughout all these patches. But I can understand, like, you kind of like hit a moment. It feels kind of awkward when you how do I put this? When it's 5.4 and... Oh, come on. Why Coyote? When it's 5.4 and they're like, oh, now you're curing the tempered and now they've been cured. But it's like everything that we're doing now leads up to that moment. Come on. can just teleport. Teleport, Mario! That's a good teleport. Watching. Yeah. Ah! Stuff still inactive. That's fine. As I said, unless you have like the drive to level up other classes like I do, or doing, you know, what I'm currently doing with these streams. You know, there's not much of a reason. How I can suffer so much? I want to do all the things I can. Maybe you should do this. Maybe if you have a deep understanding of the subject's physical state, you can make little piggies. Very few. I have very few. Is that a challenge? Well, evidently it comes with that. We're making it familiar. We're making a little piggy. Give me a talkie.
Let us begin.
First, you need to sculpt the clay.
I trust you've prepared the clay?
Yes.
Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
Huh? Make a little piggy.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
It's like those things we just fought in the last dungeon.
There we are. How's that?
What is that? But
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
oh no, you shouldn't say shit. You shouldn't say shit like that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him
It's
no
an
mind,
attempt.
child.
An attempt
Though
was
it may
made.
look like
It's
a
kind of like
grotesque
it's kind of
parody
like
of
my little
reality,
Wiggly down
it is
there.
what the
An
invoker
attempt was made
believes
at
that
the Wiggly.
matters.
Yeah, boom.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye.
It's a
Now,
fine clay
As
sculpture.
I taught you,
For a
relax
5-year-old.
and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt.
Look at it. So fat.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric.
See, it's not really faith that like the gods instill into them. Because,
Through
like,
the operation of the magics you invoked to animate
before
this
they
familiar,
get tempered,
it is
they
now
had
replete
faith
with the
in
energies
their
required
gods.
to stir the boy's soul.
Because even, like, the snake people had, like, faith in their god
You need but
before
give it a
getting
name,
tempered.
and it will do as your heart desires.
It's just that it makes them more loyal servants.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now.
What? Alpha node. What?
Go, Angelo!
And Angelo? Hard. Say it. Say a word. Word?
Mother, I...
He said a word. And then he did a cry. Well, that almost worked. How is he? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar had done well. If my eyes did not deceive me, hidden colors returned to his soul. Then I would jump for joy if I wasn't so exhausted. It takes a lot out of you. I'm starting to wonder if, like, even that part is like he might have suppressed it. He might have suppressed all of that. We're so close now. Even in the process of discovering the magic is as the most an invoker, you might not have realized it the same as also true of the subject. You must proceed with caution, however, with further treatment, I have most confidence that the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul is most enlightening. I would need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source. Alright. Man, we're 4 quests in, and we pretty much have a kind of solution to our problem. It's more fate of being tempered to become slaves of primal, save for a handful of cases. Am I missing something else? If we can make this technique, the art of revitalizing soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such a treatment. We could do it to Gabu. Remember Gabu? Exactly, condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being his soul was suffused with earth-aspected aether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subjected to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? But who is this Gabu? It doesn't matter. I see, conditions sound similar, yet there's much more we can about the soul and work and patience. We can hope for patience here. I'll do whatever this needs to be. I'll become a healer, but not like, you know, Alpha Node. And I tell you, he needs rest first, but not convinced out of the fire youth. Let's go back to Crystarium as Alizé does some stuff. What? Who is that and why do you... Oh, it's you. Kai Shearer, what are you doing out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai is beside herself, sighing, pacing the whole lot, nearly begged me to go and find you. Oh no, there must be trouble in Yulmore. We must go check out the trouble in Yulmore. The femboy says, yes. Hey, The twins. Sorry for bothering you, but that's saying the future of Yulmore is at stake. Oh no, what could this ever be? It might be something completely boring. Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, right? Hello, Nice Reaper. Yulmore. Up. Oh, God. Wait, let me look at that guy. He has a horn. I forget that, like, there's been so many of the Hrothgar that I've seen that don't have horns that I kind of forgot that they can have horns. That's not out of the ordinary, but I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing outside again, staring off in the distance, all that, sighing. Strange, let's see if we can find her then. I'm seeing RE8, but... RE8's a good game. I like it. Too bad Mercenaries mode kinda starts sucking towards the end. Or at least I'm just talking about Mercenaries, not the game. Kinda enjoyed the game all the way through. But then again, every time I look at that game, I'm also like, yeah, RE4 remake is happening, isn't it? Even though they should be remaking Code Veronica.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Hello, hello, Lady Chai.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
What is it? Lady Chai.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
Oh no, he's gone.
What?
No, happened? That wasn't. That's just Oculus being like, oh, we got the ability to develop something.
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
We decided to elect the mayor.
And so you held an election?
Right?
Yes. Well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility.
So we put it all on one person.
Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
I had to basically, like, suck his dick to get him make that giant Talos, though.
More than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
Vanished? Oh no.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes.
Please,
your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so?
I wouldn't put it past
What about
him.
you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Eaten by sharks. Sorry, I think he's fled. I don't have the same, like,
Nay, my friend. The one thing he has not done is flee. Of that I am convinced. Through the most testing of times, he has ever remained at Lady Chai's side, placing her happiness before his own.
No.
He would not abandon her
I have
now.
not seen anything about... Here's the thing. I'm kind of excited about it. Yes, yeah, sure,
he
whatever
may have
Alpha
gone,
Note said.
rest
But
assured we
I
will
haven't
find
watched any of the stuff that's come out. I've kind of wanted to, like, stay clean on that. Also, it's... Fuck you, Bandai Namco.
Thank you.
I would have
my
rather
dear.
had nothing.
You have set my mind at ease.
I applied for the
I will
network
trust
test
in my
thing,
husband and await
and I
his
get a
return.
response like when all those invites was being sent out. It's like, you didn't get in. I'm like, I would understand if I didn't get in if I didn't get an invite, Bandai Namco. I would have understood that. You didn't have to send me a letter or an email, which made me get excited for that 4 minutes before I was able to open it and see the words, "No, you didn't get in." Yeah, they did. I did. I enjoyed that a little bit. I still need to go and see the update they put out for the for new Pokemon Snap. It was rather dour mood. So much I had Blotika Splinter or something. Yeah, Moen. Oh yeah, here's like Rowan's like replacement. Well, yeah, because there was effort put into it. Effort! That's something you can hardly say about a lot. Not you. God, I've barely even looked at like the Diamond and Pearl remakes at all. Like, on one hand, I can go, it isn't made by Game Freak. It was made by another team entirely. But there's also a part of me that's like, I don't care that there's almost nothing new like they did with Oros. How do I put this? I wish there was maybe like a bit of new content, but I'm not disappointed because it's also kind of what a remake should be. Kind of. Where it's like, oh, it's not really something hugely new, but at the same point in time, eh. I mean, I guess the entire point is I'm probably not going to play it anyways. Some company would just send you letters say you didn't make it, kind of douchey with the silver linings. You won't be suspense if you don't. That's true, but I'm like also going like, I can understand that if it's like you didn't get a job, because that's much more of a I want to hear confirmation I didn't get in than, you know, network tests beta. Telling him there was no one on the website compatible with him. That I don't know if that could even work. I don't know how that can happen. You have to basically you have to have a match for someone. Officially one of kind of get it. Yeah, like it's that thing of for betas, if I don't see it, then I go, okay, I wasn't picked. But it's like, but it's just that thing of, you showed me the piece of paper, basically. Hey, we're sending you an email for to say that you didn't get in. So like that split moment of, yeah, I'm probably going to get in, happened in my head, and I'm like, oh nope, disappointment. Okay, you say that, but then I feel like Tor, like, there's still, I still kind of don't believe him, even with, like, as big of a dumbass as he is. That's also a type of guy where there's probably some lady on eHarmony that would be like, yeah, I could fix him. Congratulations in this email, yeah. Congratulations, we gave you some consideration, and because you are not someone big enough, you do not get to play this. Actually, I'm not even sure if the network test was even, like, streamable or anything like that. I know there's a bunch of, I know, like, a bunch of different people got their early access, like, last week or something, and like they were able to show off everything they could these past couple of days. Oh, hey, there's Chai Nuz. What are you doing out here? Hey there. Are you gonna do that like little kitty at back thing that you cats do? Oh, what are you doing out here? We might ask you the same. We've been looking for you. Looking for me, whatever for. Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much of a word. I bade us return to your side. Oh, what blazing you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. So I could have looked it, and when she gets the idea in her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, but while we're out here, what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you may have been elected mayor, and for what we've gathered from nearby villages, you've been inquiring about people's grievances? Is it safe to assume that you mean to take office? Don't jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced the people of Calusia, and as much is true, but no means a man to solve them. Tackling many challenges requires many resources, and until I've secured them, I have no right to assume the role as mayor. So you believe the resources can be found out here? Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I've already met several individuals willing to lend aid in addressing them. However, there's one individual that's crucial to my plan, a man who counseling might yet make me a mayor out of me. Who is this man that you need? We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. We got your accents. You got accents to speak for you. You helped construct that thing. That big giant Talos? You can do it. I want to help too. Why don't let's help. Okay. Yeah, we get it. We need to go find a person who used to be like the assistant mayor of Yulmore. If that's what I remember. He's somewhere around here. Served as chief advisor of Val3's father when he was in office. If Ranji was the mayor's right-hand man, one must say that Rendon was left. See me in business. But even if you do, why do you make me think you listen? Before giving chase, it might not be a peek with those here in anonymity, but yeah, with finding a person. God. Hey Tristal, do you know about this person? I'm pretty sure he's a Rogadin. I mean, whatever the first version of Rogadins are called. And towards
I'll
Pit 8.
have 2 number 9.
Hello, Avalon. You missed the
number
death
9
rate, though.
large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Yep. Also, wait, no. I didn't finish up the setup for text-to-speech. At least I don't think I did. But I did add a better Twitch TV emote. And...
Well, well, it's you again.
Which...
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles
Like
for
that,
you,
there.
do you?
Look at him. Look at the
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not
I wish I
only
could
mine.
upload that to actually
Every
Twitch,
true
but
Ilmorans.
only partners get animated emotes.
They are the ones who awakened us to the truth. To Lord Forthry's
I just wish
villainy.
they would give it to
the
just
famous
like
warriors
fucking-
of darkness.
Just give fuck,
they
what am
now?
I forget. Affiliates. One animated emote
Yes.
slot. Just
They
one.
are.
Give me just one.
It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness
They'd be
forever.
wailing.
To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices.
You were
And
lazy.
So I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
Ugh.
I can offer no simple answer to that question.
But is there no simple answer to begin with?
But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at
And
our
most of them
doorstep,
became our food.
begging to work among the bonded. The
And
free
food
were
for
blind to
Vorthry.
it all,
Also,
of course.
we had hookers.
Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us.
We're no longer going to become consumers.
The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation.
I heard it was
Please,
just like
friendly.
running a company.
Will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You gotta do this one thing for
You
me.
would?
You ask me to help you
Oh,
solve
no.
Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Do I have to do some errands? I don't want to do errands. He has that smug look on his face. I hit everybody but the person I wanted to. So what is this errand that you want me to do? Can I set many of the problems Yulmore's face? I assume you're curious for this mental drilling food stores is most pressing. Yes, as a rather desirable, no less suitable option. Alternate foodstuffs are required. A man whose hunger is not like to contribute much to society, save violence perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider my offering my counsel. You need food. Well, maybe we open trade to Crystarium? A combination measure we need to order. One, to address the immediate issue of supply, another, that of production. Okay. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This will afford us to address the online problems that affects us all, long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can kindle relationships with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. That's all? You think of all that by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it began rather than an abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and nearby settlements. You impressed me! Have I? Well, that's a relief. Oh, but you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would like to ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. Fair point. And we've thought about the Talos and native establishment and maintenance of these settlements. That employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos, by dateless stoneworks, closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of necessary equipment, the people will starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, I'm the heir, so... And with a little help, I'm certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. You did it! I know, it's 3 weeks away. It was 1 week. And the rest of this week was going to be, 14. But hey, it doesn't get to be anymore. It gets to be Final Fantasy V. Well, and also being Wahoo, but we got what? You need to be deactivated, of course. And memory serves. The tools required should be a top run. Come with me. We're going to deactivate these Talos, and we're going to reprogram the Talos. Yeah. Well, you say that, but the last week has been me, like leveling classes. Hey, Machinist is 80. Dancer's at level 78. Monk's at level 50. Twitch paid me today, but like the bank hasn't put it into my account yet. And I say that because there's still that sell. But granted, I'm burning myself out on like fucking the fucking Baja stuff. The chest contains canisters filled with dastardly potent insulating powder, and I'll disable them, and then we'll be able to knock them out. We'll run along and do the deed, but I've said time before it's time to land to stand on 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Even if Talon's ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That may be, but Rendon's tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by and let others do it for me, so I'm going to stand on my own 2 legs and prove to everybody that I can do it, because I'm a cat. Oh. Alright, if there's any trouble, we'll call it off. Here's some canisters. Go knock them out. Oh, wait. Oh. Oops. Keep on a lookout. Give this. Go! Bum 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 bum. It turned its back! Jesus Christ, these things are huge. Poof. Oh, good thing it falls like that and not backwards. I did it? I did it! Let's get us more. Is there anything else I can point at? Go! Dun, dun, dun. Once again, the only time in which adaptive triggers make our thing. Oof. I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me. Mount the sex spot. Damn, that's a huge sex spot. Dick's massive. Poof. It's almost like we built these sex spots because our women wanted to experience large insertion, and the men wanted to experience just giantess. He did it. Yeah, good on you. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless and full plan, but it somehow worked. Now we got these robots. I did it. I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish your more food stores show forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it's plain that your time of dayless stoneworks that equipped you to lead. evidenced by all of this. So, hey, you're qualified to become mayor. I like your vote of confidence, but I'm wholly ignorant. That's why I would like you to join me. You can be my assistant mayor. And you can help. When the people behold these talents, I have no doubt they lend you your support. Well, it seems like everything worked out great. In fact, I don't know why we were even here. We just pointed him and say, hey, go do now. I guess you, the player character, needed to see Yulmore get on its feet.
Right. Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmore.
Don't use this music because it sounds like we're making an attack on Yulmore.
What's that
Hello,
noise?
look, it's pink-haired Arbor.
Wicked White! Runaway Talos!
Oh?
Call the guard!
Yes! Oh yeah, they totally run away. That's why they're stopped right here. Everybody's come out to look.
Stay back! All of you!
Oh.
Is that?
Okay, but couldn't we came out here first?
Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see...
Dearest, I can't.
Crack. Well, shit.
Oh dear.
Is that considered an assassination attempt? Why is his ass in the air? Oh wait, because he's a cat boy. Never mind. That's why his ass is in the air.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled
I've been in
letter.
this position before.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Only this time, the anus wasn't gaping.
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor.
And, I mean, not Vothri. We mean
And now
the
that
mayor
I have
before
it,
that.
I believe I am ready to take office.
Yay!
Oh, how wonderful!
I heard a person clapping. Yay! Again?
Dearest, please.
His arms fucking flail around. Well, we solved the problem in Yulmore. Well, that was an adventure. Ha 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 ha. Moving forward. Damn it, this isn't even the last quest yet. Well, no need to fret. I've never felt better as addressing issues. We'll go spread the word. You can spread the word as well. We'll let the guard knows not to be brave about the chambers, whatever. Oh, wait, he has... I'm sorry, I forgot that fucking Chai knows has to do a thing. He has to tell the people. Wait, this is Crystarium, not Gilmore. Fuck. Oops. I am going to address you, the people. I don't know how to do a speech.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today.
Why does he look like he has a smirk on his face?
But before going any
Like,
further...
maybe there's something about it that makes him look like he has that DreamWorks
Could I ask the
smirk,
free
you know, that
citizens of
one?
Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too.
The Poors. I mean,
Today we
what?
welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning.
Yes. Alphado, the Warrior of Darkness.
As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry.
Turns out I had 3 votes.
You
Everybody
placed great
else got
faith in
1.
me, and I promised to do my utmost to
They
live
don't
up
even
to
say
your
how much you.
expectations.
They just say he won,
And I
and then
will
everybody
seek
was a
always
candidate.
to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness.
Is like, 97% of the people voted for themselves. The
Always,
3
I say,
other people voted for
but not
China's.
forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held,
As China's
that we might all
talk,
discuss how
I'm
best
just
to
checking my
strive
Twitters.
towards a better future.
Giving out some tweets.
However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you.
Most of you don't know
But
what
we
that means.
must
I
accept
see the
the
wench in
reality of
front
our
that totally
circumstances.
does
We
not know
must
what that fucking
move
thing
forward.
means.
This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Yay! Her, the one in the yellow dress, she knows shit about working. She'll sit back and take your hard-earned work and do it for herself. Also, that bunny girl's pretty hot. You two can clap. I will never close the beehive. It will always stay open. I promise you, it will be open 24/7. Ah, that's a fine speech. Everything's doing great. You know what? Fine, fuck it. I'm skipping it. I don't care. I'm seriously, I don't care. Far in a blue dream. Yeah. And then they became mayor, and everybody was happy. And now we hit the vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty, the title of the patch. Truly to see calcium options. Let's go back to Crystal Tower. Yeah, we'll be in the corner of the strip club. It'll be in the corner of the strip club if you want. And you can have one of the dancers sit in your lap as you do business with me, the mayor. That's a complimentary service. You don't have to pay for it. Welcome back. We understood that the new mayor has taken office in Yulmore? Yes. Our good Master Chai was elected by popular vote of 3. And after some considerable soul searching, he accepted the post. So you started seeing the inaugural speech. How you doing making the story go forward? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and conducted a link that why our side was ill-suited for our purposes. But did Anjay say, did you not say the massy soul asses could house one of our own? Yes, but like armed with the insight proven with trifling manner, we would disregard the invoked link or whatever. A link which would delay realize that we can most perilous. I don't know. Urian J is saying stuff. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into Aura's side instead, but we would have more likely sacrifice your souls in the process, which is why we abandoned that plan. Instead, develop our time finding a means by which your mind and soul might be transported together. They were no closer to finding what we hoped to begin with. It's a vexing conundrum indeed, but one which the Crystal Exile posited a most intriguing solution. When we discuss in his turn to transference of memories in the psyche, we cannot help but be reminded of the technique which I have personally experienced. Do you remember that time we learned in my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Yunai? I speak of the royal eye of Allegan imperial line, gifted by my forebears, the blood and memories of ancient Allegans. It is by that gift I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain understanding of technology by what the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps we can keep mind and soul together. Which, you know, a device like a soul crystal, not only replete the memories of the world, but also the soul. That's what we're doing right now. Yes. Hey, I think it's time to go back to the Rising Stones, so you have a good place to start the next line in the quest. So let's go back to the Rising Stones while we investigate further for the next 3 months. Give our regards to Tataru. I don't even have to do this. All I could have just done was teleport to Mordona. Hey, 5.1 is done. And we're only like a little bit more than 2 hours in. Huh. Maybe we can get 5.2 done. All of 5.2. Which would put me in a good place. Oh, wait. We have a bunch of different things happening. A bunch of cutscenes will play in sequence. Also, a gameplay segment.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Well, helped the cat boy get elected. I mean, actually I didn't help him get elected. I gave him confidence, and they're trying to figure out a way to do this, and also a cure for tempering.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
It's Estinian! And he's not even armored up. Well, actually, kind of is armored up. He just has clothes over his armor.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
I'm still surprised that that's the voice they have for Tataru in, like, Japanese.
Estinian.
Somehow
Oh,
her
gods.
fucking English
We've been
voice
worried
is
sick.
better.
Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Death of the Emperor. Complicated.
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself.
Ah, why? Why?
There,
Hello, Dr. Mann.
we found a man whom all
But why?
assumed dead.
Why pie? Yeah, it has been.
But his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvus.
Dun dun dun. What? My best friend?
Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh no, headache. It's time for me to... Oh, also
What's wrong?
Kryl is... You started saying stuff. Now I have to have a headache of all the events that happened. He started talking about the creeping mendacity. This is fucked. I've seen him in action, his body at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easy for that thing. If you join me, then by all means. For what good that will do you. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. It's almost like one of these voice actors who's actually an actor had like next to no time to come into the recording studio. Yeah, that did nothing. The simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there's no place like home. Wait, when did you start this video? Earlier this year, like back in January. So it's almost been like a year. Whatever he is, the Razor was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer. Oh no. Emperor Varus, your radiance, are you alright? Oh no, we may have worn out the welcome. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Been over here since I last saw you. Your radiance, no! Even the most middling of sports to be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I must lead these vermin to you. Wait, okay, so y'all are not going to even think about how Xenos just teleported out, no? Okay. Any bright ideas? Bullets? Ugh. Ah, okay. Hold on. There. No tongue. Your radiance! He's dead. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders are taking flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. I got rehydrated. True. Sure, I'll just keep it on normal. I wasn't that bad when I did this last. I know you play as Justinian. Because, like hell, you'll play as Gaius. Did a big jump. You know, I've only leveled the Dragoon to 50. So I don't know if any of this is similar. Like, I know that, like, Dragoons get, like, a weird AoE that's not even that useful or something like that. At least that's what I was being told. Oh, look, it's the Final Fantasy VII robot. Oh, it's those two again. You know, for a second I was thinking about like how Gunbreakers don't have that attack. But then it's like they kind of do now. Or they will in Endwalker, kind of, but they do it to the ground. I like how this is the only time you're probably going to see anything related to this palace until, Endwalker, where it becomes the Tower of Zot. Oh well, someone's been busy. Yeah, we're trying. What? Okay, I kind of remember there's being something like this, but I forgot that a person is in it. Arch Ultima. And you say you bar your way, would you? So be it. No. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. Big fat tacos. I guess this is the prototypes for, like, the weapon series stuff. Like, yeah, here's your hint that, like, in 6 or 5.2, you're going to fight the ruby weapon. Oh wait, that's a heal. I'm not sure which one is doing damage. That reminds me that I haven't gotten Praetorium all the time. I keep on getting Castor Meridium, and I kind of hate getting Castor Meridium. Okay, so that put one together. And it's weird because it's like Castrum Meridium takes less time, but I feel like you do more in Castrum Meridium than you do in Praetorium. So I end up liking Praetorium more, even though, like, how do I put it? Even though, like, I would like Praetorium more just because, hey, you get a lot of fucking experience out of Praetorium. I just like the ability to look at my phone while Guy is talking about such creeping mendacity. What? Oh shit. I'm an idiot. I should have been taking out the ads. Fucking hell. God damn it. Ah. I think you finished playing okay, so that would be December because I did it right before December. Skip. Fuck it. If I failed once because of my own stupidity, I'm just going to turn it down to very easy so we can just get through it faster. Okay, reminder to myself. Actually take out the ads instead of ignore them. At least with very easy. Okay, keep moving. Tackle the spider scorpion ball. Yeah, AI was like right before the New Year's happened. Actually, I need to go back and like do a couple of things. I've been like a few weeks ago. I started making a list of all the games I'd beaten this year so far. Of course, I added a couple that I hadn't fully beaten yet at the time. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have this caught up or beaten. And in fact, like now, the only thing that's on there that I haven't caught up or beaten is this. But I still need to put like a couple of those games on the list. Like Amnesia and what else was it? Oh, like I put Code Veronica, but I didn't put Revelations. But I was like looking at the list, and I think like the total of games I've beaten this year is like 57? So on average, I was actually beating one game a week. But like some of those were like, that one time I streamed like Parappa 1, 2, and then Jammy Lammy all in one stream. So I'm not sure if that really even, how some of those count. Okay, I'm doing 2 damage per every time I'm hitting circle. Or sometimes more. Okay, actually kill these bits because they will kill me. Yeah, they do self-detonate. Maybe I could have just done that. Yeah, okay, that does actually kill them. Estinian used a limit break.
Taste my lungs.
And then he did a cool guy pose. And now everything dims because the echo is almost over. Gaius and Garleans and the Machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? I don't know. Gaius won't be seen until 6.2, when you do a Gundam story. It It kinda was. Hey, are we back to voice acting? Are we back into voice acting land?
Are you alright?
Yes, we're back into voice acting land. Hooray! You know, I opened my big mouth like 20 minutes ago saying, hey...
Peer into my past, did you?
That only took like 2 hours. Yes, I saw you be cool guy.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. escaping
Having
death,
the echo
jumping
can
from
mean
one
that
body
you're
to the
immortal.
next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
Wait, can't I do that? Can you do that,
The beggars
Cryo?
belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Good, we don't have to worry about the Garlean Empire anymore.
Then perhaps
Wipe my
we've seen the
hands
last
clean
of the
of it.
fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
And then Gaius did a Gundam story, and then became
Well, it's
the
nice to
leader
have
of a
one less
nation.
foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Money. Now.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
No.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Oh no, is Krau's just gonna, like, do the thing?
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
That was one time. It was one time. Just leave me alone. It was one time.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Sure. Rest. And then I did a big rest. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, Civil War. No, it isn't. It's actually it's a female Rogadin. So I've had this character a lot longer than that PSO character. But yeah, Civil War is now happening in Garlemald. Meanwhile, Xenos... Boring, boring, boring. Do you think I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse? At Hugh, your soul is... Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiark. Are they still not okay? They moved on to New Genesis, so like one part of the game isn't being updated, it's finished. And then they have their own separate other game that they're working with. That's within the same client as Phantasy Star Online 2. But like it's takes place years later, and I haven't touched it in the last like 5 months. Did you hear that? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks and they're looking for laborers. There's resetting the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying free Talos to anyone who do the work. Free Talos, huh? We better get packing. Steady work, boarding and lodging is not a recipe for hope. I don't know what is. Hope? Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Oh no, it's Ardbert! But is it Ardbert? He's dead! And gone, and as part of me. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. What could it mean? Actually, it means I need to talk to Krile and start the next patch quest. Ah, what's a pleasant surprise. If you come to inquire about the Archons, fear not. Mesmeritoria's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal aether. We mustn't go complacent, however. Potent as these magic may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. So why don't you go back to the first and help? Party interested in bearing news. Oh, it's Maxima, yeah. Ah, that's been far too long. Yes, okay. Forgive me, I do not believe I have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I'm here in Eorzea under the auspice of Commander Aldine, offering what counsel I can in hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah yes, I've heard of stories that defected from Garlemald, but never that you said you had urgent news? Indeed, you may have heard the Imperial capital is in turmoil and a sizable portion of Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of Alliance withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it's there we welcome our most unexpected visitor who claims that this is the escalation may belay growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Aldine has arranged an impromptu meeting to discuss this revelation. He has been requested a representative of the Science to attend, though it is clear to whom he wishes I extend this invitation. Time's of the essence then. Alright, let's go have meeting about war at the Alamegan Quarter, because that's where all war takes place now. All discussions of war have to take place in Alamigo. and here. Alright, fly through the city, and then we'll come up to the one area that you always go to. Wait. Oh, you. Ah, come on, Demos. Follow me. The Alamegans have big table energy. Hey, it's just Gaius again.
They're here, Commander.
We see.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
No.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions.
No,
We
yeah,
need
it's a
not
huge
pretend
table.
to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the
Sometimes
present.
you need a huge table to do diplomacy. Which is why we keep coming back to Alamigo Quarter for like most of the post Stormblood shit.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
You're welcome.
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended.
Yep.
The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandarnus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery.
I should mention that the 7th Legion...
What we do know, however,
summoned Dalamu
is that a number of prototypes have been produced,
spell that was
and that
called
one of
Meteor,
them is on its way to Eorzea.
because every single one of these fucking Imperial legions
We
and whatnot
attempted to stop it,
has something
but
to
it was
do
all we
with
could
like
do
the
to
Final
slow its
Fantasy
progress.
game that
so
they're
we
numbered
resolved
after?
instead to bring you warning.
So all of
And right
this
glad
is
are we that
to
you
build
did.
up to
Though it
the
soundly
weapon
dashed
series,
our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
where you fight the ruby weapon, the sapphire weapon,
As it is, we've begun
the
to
emerald
strengthen our
weapon,
presence in the
and
Gimlet
the diamond
Dark,
weapon,
and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you
which
in its
I've already
vanguard, I
done,
hope.
and they're as part of odds.
Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them.
We're just
But the
telling
fact
you
remains
there's some quests
that
over
you
here
and
to
you
do.
alone have faced the Ultima weapon and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Legitimately, the first quest. Hey, do the ruby weapon. Anyways, let's get back to the more important things. Let's go back to the first and talk about what we learned here. Oh, I have a small PvP. Then I would ask you to apprise the other recent events in the source, namely Xenos' return and development of new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may reassure them Master Victoria and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal forms stable. Safe travels. Time to go to the Crystarium. We should have brought up beforehand. These quest lines again, just so I can make a judgment. Okay. Wow, there was 10 quests in that one, there's 10 quests in this one. Total of 51 quests, so basically almost every patch is about 10 quests, except for like the final couple. Come in the most opportune time, my friend. I made something of breakthrough in my research, so we get to... do you want to talk about what you learned? Ill tidings from the source. I will summon the ones that were from the source then. This looks like another talkie. Which means I get to stop talking. Still no Thancred.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
New Ultima weapon. What news from the source? Shit's fucked.
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one.
We're gonna put all your friends in these homemade dildos.
For soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
Sorry about the yawns. I'm just kind of like.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
Or I can just kill myself.
As well you should be. The
Because that's always
body
the other
of
option.
Aetherological research is extraordinary.
But hey, we won't mention that
I
until
can scarce
the next
believe
patch
it, the
again.
work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found.
Do you think if you fit a toddler
whatever
through
it takes,
the
I
ears
will
of a
see you
pneumo,
safely home.
that they will be able to carry them?
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Then why didn't you just wait outside?
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Whatever could she want? Let's talk with Alpha Node. I must confess, while I do my fair share of scholarly research, you'll go to step outside. Let's go. Alpha Node, I don't know if you like scholarly research. Because it seems like politics is more your shit. But either way, fucking, what does Lena want? We have so little time. A Sin Eater has been sighting Lakeland and must ask for your assistance in slaying it. Sin Eater, I've heard there are few yet remain after the night return, but perhaps we should call the others? Nah, I wouldn't. It's a simple task. Just have the Warrior of Darkness alongside her. Wait, okay, let's go. We gotta go to Fort Jog. Big brother, is this what all politics is like? Yes. Man, I kind of hope that with... I was kind of hoping that, like, Mad About Small would have actually concluded before Endwalker. And granted, even with, like, the 3 weeks that are left now, he might not make it. Hey, everybody, I'm gonna take these guys and we're gonna go slay Sin Eater. And these guys wanted the opportunity to help fight by your side. I was at death's door that day, the Sin Eater's attack. You hadn't come along, I would have stepped through and I wouldn't been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes. I had no choice but to cut her down. The very thought of returning to the field holding a blade again, it fills me with dread. But you're here, so it'll be fine. Truly, it seemed like only yesterday I watched you took flight astride the Amuro and go save the Oracle. Trying to stake the Umoran soldier was once locked blades with now on the side, but everything's peaceful now. We seem to be missing one. Oh, it's this guy, I think. My apologies, Captain Lena. The elderly gentleman asked how I escort him to Caramel. It took longer than expected. Okay. I'll not begrudge you and decide to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I barely remember that. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness, little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up, don't give in. Those are the words that came close to my heart, but boundless. Oh yeah, now I kind of remember you. It's after you Morians attacked. And before we went to the desert. We won't give up, we won't give in. Okay, cool, dude. There is a Magnitos, South and Northern staging point. Had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Not keeping rating. All of this so we can just go slay one Sin Eater that I'm just going to, like, kick its ass. This should be like the 3rd quest, right? Yeah. As we get closer to 1, I'll make a call. Or like, as soon as we get to 12:30, I think. Wait, it's dead. I guess you didn't need my help. Well, I mean, wait, is it dead? I thought they disappeared into ether.
Did you slay this Eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the Warrior of Bleeding Darkness? And he says, no, I'm a Warrior of Light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
Oh man, it does? Damn.
A warrior of light?
He deserves a lot more for, like, his video.
Why would someone go around calling himself
It's
that?
really weird because, like,
It was those
if you look
bastards
at
who
his
caused the
channel,
flood.
he originally was doing some divinity thing before everybody
if you were going to
roped him
pretend
into
to be anyone,
doing,
it'd be her,
Final
the
Fantasy
warrior of
14.
darkness.
And I only found out his channel, I think it was...
I didn't know. It's an honor.
I think it was the 1.5 quest that was the first one I saw. Oh, now the Sin Eater disappears.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
Damn.
I had hoped to fight
I feel
at
like
your
I'm
side
like
today.
10 of those,
But
like,
I'll continue to
views.
follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
I did know that he streamed himself
As
doing
for
like
this
Shadowbringers
warrior of
content.
light, I do not know.
Yeah,
who
the
would
last
be
video was
brazen enough to
4.5.
take
I know
that
he's at
mantle
least
for
caught
his
up
own.
on everything
Whatever
because he
it may
streamed
once have
himself
meant,
doing
it is forever
Shadowbringers
tainted
and
by the
everything.
association with the flood.
So all he has to
The Exarch
basically
told
do
me the truth of Ardbert and
is
his
actually
comrades'
just
deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
I mean, the
With that
Shadowbringers
concluded,
video is probably
shall
gonna
we
be
return to the
fucking
Crystarium?
long. Like,
There is a
his
proposal I should
Stormblood
like
one
to
is
make.
like, oh god, the video's getting too big. And it's like, yeah, watch what happens when you get the Shadowbringers.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Okay, what is it, Luna?
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true.
Are we gonna talk about how the Exarch wants to fuck
It is for
me?
this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Yeah. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already. Sure.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with
Xenos
him about the
prevented
amount of
one
time he is
apocalypse
spending
and
at
started
work.
another.
This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Though by the end, we're probably going to stop the apocalypse anyways. Which we had much more of a chance to actually stop this apocalypse. Yeah. And I'll keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Actually, I'm kind of wondering, like, what would have happened to Xenos in that timeline? Like, at the end of the day, the point in which things go awry is during, is around 4.4. But at around 4.4, we already knew that Xenos wasn't in his body, and that's, you know, that was Elidibus, and da-da-da-da-da. Like, he would eventually have to come back to his body, and if, like, he didn't stop it there, then, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I was quite shocked to hear what was found in Lakeland, but now that you're here, there is a proposal I should make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and late I've known more and more people perusing books of history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warrior of Light, as they well should, but nearly everything I come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not the Warrior of Light is whom they claim to be, I worry that certain appearance in conjunction with their renewed interest in the predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. That could have happened, sure. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give them to them. I too can attest the falsehoods found in many of the cabinet's tomes, and there is mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of the century, I'm not surprised to see that their role is distorted and in part painting them as villains. Well, if it were not for the records stored in the Crystal Tower, I would have no reason to question the narrative. Sorry, I was taken aback by the fact that he moved, and there was a reflection of him in the floor, and I keep forgetting that reflections typically run at like 15 frames a second. Unfortunately, that knowledge was no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there's more remains entirely to defend their good names. Because all they've done, and what do they need defending at all? They brought justice to the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Verbert. Those heroes could be spoken in the same breath as sin eaters is absurd. Yeah, look. He waved his hand, and then a fucking... In fact, that reflection shouldn't be the way it is, I don't think. A normal secretary would agree, but as time passed, they knew firsthand cases dwindled. Brink of salvation, murmuring truth. We should tell everybody the truth of the world. The truth about Ardbert. What do you say? Spread the word, I say. Well, all in one mind. Good. Actually, I might summon to continue to work it back. No, well, we're going to spread the good word of Ardbert. If it comes from the Warrior of Darkness's mouth, everybody will believe them. I guess I have to go everywhere. So the markets first. Whoops. Hey, do you want to hear about the good word of Artbert? Like, yes, the X I mentioned him before. Everybody knows him as the cardinal virtues. Are you saying medicine that's more to that? Well, you gotta steer us wrong. I'm willing to listen to what you have to say. Hey, what do you have to say about the Warriors of Light? Hmm? Nothing. I guess that doesn't count. What about you, Braggy? Do you want to hear the good word of Artbert? Browse the Warriors? Oh, we're talking about the Warriors of Light? XR didn't mention I have something to do with returning the night to Norvard. I'll consider my interest is piqued. Okay, then we got to go to that place, and then up here. So the Aetherite Plaza. Oh, it's getting foggy. Oh, it's raining. You know, I should have been. I just, pleasure. Let's talk about the Warriors of Light. Truth about the Warriors of Light, I'm interested. I'll listen to anything you have to say, Warrior of Darkness. You helped bring the night back to the land. You know, I kind of realized that we're probably going to be spending our time in Razat Han the most. Because there's no way it's Charlian as, like, the city where you're going to trade in your tombstones. It's going to definitely be the merchant city. So I'm hoping that totally not the place from Final Fantasy XII is a good city. Because, God, that place just super looks like the fucking floating city in Final Fantasy XII, where Ondor is like the marquee. Hey, Morin, do you want to hear the good word? Oh, the bustling within, but people wanting to learn about stuff. Hey. No, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about how Razat Han, the city that that is on Thanavir, the elephant people. I'm talking about how it looks like the floating city in Final Fantasy XII. Not how that floating continent place looks like Zeal. There are many floating continents in this game, in this series. I mean, there's a floating continent in 3, the floating continent in 6. I think there's a floating continent in 6. I barely played 6. I'll rectify that next year. Just like I'm rectifying not playing 5, like, in like a few days. There you are, between the 4 of us. I dare say we swept the Crystarium and spread the good word about Artbert.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
What?
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
And then, of course, I have no voice, and I explained to them about Ardbert and all I've seen. Then they came to our place, and they were the Warriors of Darkness. But they were actually kind of a dick. But they're also the ones that helped stave off the flood. And then they also, Ardbert gave me his axe. And he helped me. And now he's kind of a part of me in a weird way.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
Yeah, Ardbert knew all along, too.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Now, what if something happens to totally fuck... what?
Impossible.
You can see him too?
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
No.
Nay. Yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
What?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium, I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
I came back to life!
That I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the Warrior of Darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new Warriors of Light.
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
Hmm?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
Am I gonna say anything?
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet.
I'm quiet because I'm letting Ardbert, I mean fake Ardbert, like, totally give his spiel.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Go talk with the Crystal Exarch. Oh. Let's stare at this JPEG.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
Nope. Nope. Nope, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not.
So what does that leave out?
Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Cue the Ascian music.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree.
Wait, is that how you're actually supposed
From
to
what
say
I
that
understand,
word?
the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known.
Yeah?
Thus evicted from his borrowed form and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the first.
It could just been
'Tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen.
You know, Ardbert's flesh has been dead for probably like 100 years.
Often,
right? So, like, the Ascians, like, preserve the body?
They possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yeah, but once again, how the fuck was Ardbert's
that the
flesh?
Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful.
Okay, give the
Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Alright. I think one or two more. Asleep Disturbed. He did well in dispelling the falsehoods. He's an imposter, there's no doubt, but the masses will appear him as a hero, return blah blah blah. I would like to know why Ardbert urged people to become warriors of light themselves. Ere we take action, we must ascertain his intent. Let us pray Master Alphonso return if soon with the most excellent knowledge. Or whatever. Also, Thancred and Reen are not here. Those two will keep looking into doing the thing to transport people back. Why the Great Wood? Up until now, everything we learned about the Yassians had been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Excelsior's failings. I have no reason to think Elizabeth will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I received word for now that here too unexplored chamber has been discovered deep within the Quintana Revel. Almet believes the relics to tell a great calamity befell an ancient civilization, that of the Yassians perhaps. They may lead us to the truth we seek. So, hey, let me know how it works out. I'm going to stay here and relax. I fail to see why that would be necessary, given that you would accompany me. Don't be coy, it doesn't suit you. Sure. When you're ready, make for now. Talk with the bunny women. Bum, bum. Yeah, I know that it's like there's no way this could be Ardbert. Fucking what the hell? Okay, I'll admit. You discovered a hidden bedroom or some kind? Allies of Ronka, Rakatika Falls, they were discovered more ruins, although we ran and found no traps or exploring its hall. Determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magics. And we're all in agreement before any investigation can proceed, you should be summoned. You're grateful that you allowed this to happen. Wisdom is invaluable. That's good. Duty to entrust things to you guys because you're like heroes or something. This is not a game. I don't know, it was you planning to return our allies. You might venture into the ruins, clutching your staff at night, wishing it were. You promised not to tell. Are you getting off to exploring? Remind me exactly how old you are, your sisters are. On second thought, perhaps it's better that I do not know. Pray forgetting those zealous nature, none can save. We three have been privileged to escort you into the ruins and better residence secrets, curiosities, and such forth. I believe you have kept you away from the ruins too long. Let us go to the ruins that we keep talking about, but not exploring. Let us go do this, maybe so. Why didn't that go off? I love when lag happens like that because I've been doing a lot of like the Baja Sudden Front. And there's this one boss, it's a robot. And it does like this frontal cone both in its front and its back. And if like you get, if the server lags a bit, you just die. Because fuck you. You got pushed. Now we'll go back to normal. It's actually one of the most frustrating fights because of that. It's like, bullshit game, I didn't get hit. No, you totally did. Sorry, hold on, I'm scratching my ears after taking off the headset.
Our new discoveries
I have no
are to be
idea if
found
they're
this
actually
way.
talking or not.
I'll have 2 number 9s.
Hello, Avalon. Again.
A number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
That looks like a sin eater. But like...
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast.
Well, save that for Christmas.
Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
God damn it, who added me on Twitter or Discord? I just heard like an ad. Damn it, Avalon.
Why you... Ugh.
It's like I heard it because my fucking laptop like reset, so therefore like all of a sudden it's this other thing happening.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
Okay, I read all of it. I don't even know
Just
what
a moment.
we're...
There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly.
Wait.
Wait! Don't!
Yoink!
What?
Why are we... Why?
What is
why?
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
No. No. Boing. Even me. Is it time to do puzzles again? Oh, hi there. Oh my god, they've become triple triad cards! Okay, you have bound 4 souls, okay. Yet the heroes proven, learned, and wise that come my soul shall be their prize. If you receive them, set free, answer me these riddles 3, fuck off! Sphinx. Death apart, and can I do I though sought apart, would bend in a hole. What? Huh? Death apart, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. Well, obviously it has no paws, so it must be the snake. Huh? Oppo Oppo, keen and shrewd, disparaging. What? For this mistake, a single talisman I shall take. Well, shit, I lost one bunny. With fearsome fang, I travel and pack. Together we find harmony, and therefore peace the land does not lack. So a wolf. What happened? Well, your sister's dead. That's what happened. On my belly do I crawl, by strength as prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? A lizard. Well, obviously a serpent. Okay, that was 3 riddles. Desire which you yet claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory, choose wisely so and y'all may go free. Oh, so my failure will be fine. Twist talisman, hide friend and foe, choose your companions well, and sorrow no. Free comrades from the talisman. That's enemy. That was an enemy as well.
No mercy.
Oh yeah, just having like the shield invisible just makes me look like I'm bitch smacking someone. All right, hey, there's one of them, and that's an enemy. That's Y'shtola. And that's her. Okay. So let me remember this. Make sure. And 2 Y'shtolas. Alright, that was way easier. Assembled together at last. Yet there still remains one more trial you must pass. Sure. If you glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take measure of your worth. Okay, so you're finally going to fight me. Okay, I couldn't jump. One worthy is she who Ronka's extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Okay. Oh no, I have been chained. Impressive! You can do mechanics! Wait, shit.
I will not hold back.
Whoop. You may think everyone, but it's only done begun. For a second, I thought he's like, I'm casting animals instead of anime. Oh, come on, that wasn't the end? I was hoping Confectier would actually kill him.
Away with you!
Oh, okay, you did good. I am dead now.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Nothing.
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
We made progress, and that's all that counts.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
Hmm?
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna?
Explain?
A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, let's open up the tomb.
I, for one, always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Huh. It's almost like she was one of Heidelin's chosen.
Naught less than the Echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The Echo defies explanation by conventional
This is kind of like the
ethological
time
theory,
when
or shall
you
we say
play
modern
like a
ethological
Zero
theory.
Escape game, and they
But
talk
if it is a
about
power that once belonged to
how,
the ancients, to souls yet
like,
undivided,
why is it that within human psyche there are certain things that we kind of just go, oh, that's scary,
it would seem I have entered the realm of
but
pure
we applied it to
speculation,
Final Fantasy.
and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot. Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
By your pensive expectation, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about, so let's go. History's learned, legend of Tuna and the exploits have been told countless times over the centuries, yet has been handed from one generation to the next. The story changes. With each telling of the tale, there's new flourishes. Details change and lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we are not there to see it. But we now here bear witness to your life, so we can do whatever. All Northern, Bernard, holding the reverence, safe travels. Let's go back to the Crystarium and we'll wrap up. Although we've learned not of the Ascians, the insight we've gained through Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to Crystarium, how small mattered I would attend to in Slitherborough might trouble you to come with me. After that, we can... I'm not going to walk. I'm going to just teleport. There's no point in not teleporting. Let me see. Where are we in this? I hate that I keep saying that. Old friend, which means we're quest 6th of whatever. It's good to see you again. You've arrived in the most opportune time. I was preparing for my famous student. Come, I'll get a place ready for you. But we haven't the time for no, it'll take a minute. It seems our return to Crystarium will be delayed, perhaps only for a bit. I was just me with my work. I say work, but it's a matter of a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherborough from top and bottom. Be a skilled time to get a broom. Hey, I want a broom. Give me a broom. Equip the broom and become a housemate for the cat. Wait, this is not how it usually goes. Usually the cat becomes the housemaid. I trust, find a broom. Yeah, here's a, whoops. Well, Warren, good. This will prove it difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I rather did not think we had a broom thus far. I don't know. Yes, well, you weren't buried underneath a venerable avalanche of books when you entered, weren't you? Right, right. Anyways, time for us to finish cleaning the help with the broom. Are you doing the Masamatoya thing? You honestly think it would go the fashion way. That broom is more capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be a moment of non. Time to rise, to switch and sway, trying to take me. You must keep to this task. You shall be bound until no dust can be found. You live in a cave, there will always be dust. It is one in particular, but I have no objection to following Master Matoria's footsteps. Who needs to clean when you have inanimate servants? In the future, I may need to remind me of the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude any equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I'll dearly miss this place, these people. Oh no, Runer is getting sad. Master Mitoria, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Okay, let us go. Can we have a talkie now? Something troubling you? You seem rather quiet. No, everything is fine. I assure you it's been a long day, is all. Your simp is going to miss you, Y'shtola. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. Oh, it's Alphanode and Alize and Urianje. Alphanode, I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after I entered these woods. He did seem determined to traverse every ilm of Norvrun in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and Flood. And it seems like news of your address to the Custarian precedes him into every destination, making his task all the more simple. It's like he planned this or something. It remains to be seen what he encourages people to become the warriors of light themselves. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we all agree that it's just another Assi employee, yes? They commandeered corpses before and to no good end. I see no reason to think that this time is any different, especially when it's that of the fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is all likelihood Slitherborough. Alice, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Howick and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do is let them rest, so I believe we're about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be warrior of light. Before visiting any towns and villages, Ardbert will hunt down and slay a nearby senators to earn the locals' trust. Our best is getting ahead of him is finding one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned to the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believes one may lurk beneath the burrows of Woven Oath. And that's where we'll start our search. Mesometroia! A warm bro stew will be awaiting your return. Look forward to it. Yay. I thought I would be able to just return to Crystarium before we depart on the next part. Okay, we'll talk to Thancred and that'll be it. Because I'm pretty sure a cutscene plays. Well, shit, the Senator's already slayed. What could have done that?
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Eater friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world, so we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
Yeah, and we're totally not taking care of that girl.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
Can we just drop the act?
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
I will just do a fist bump. Huh?
Arm giving you trouble? Well, you should have it examined.
Oh my god, it's totally not. Come on, we already know. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth.
Hey, remember the last time we fought and I totally kicked your ass?
Emmet Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Oh no.
Once,
Well, after
I would
when
have said your
you
goal
eat like
was destruction
$40
alone.
worth of like KFC, yeah, that does happen.
Now
to
I
you.
understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem
then have
doomed
the
to
shits.
clash, I bid you consider Emmet Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9
None better
large,
understood your
a
plight than
number
he.
6 with extra
His words
dip,
must surely be
a
worthy
number
of your
7,
consideration.
2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Emmet Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely.
You talking
That
mad
one should
shit?
stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone.
Yeah, but you guys kind of
Now,
did
but
that.
a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, that worked out so well.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries.
Let's go back to the Tempest.
Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
For want of a better option. Oh wait, I should have asked about not doing more tours.
Mayhap your skepticism will leaven my curiosity.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Yeah! But that's actually going to be for next time. Because we got, let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 more quests within this patch, plus the 12 quests in patch 5.3. So that's actually going to do it for now. Do you know Lahi? But so that gives us about 16 quests, and we went about 16 quests this time around. And that should catch us up until the end of what is basically Shadowbringers' main story. Or, well, you know, getting, you know, everything that wraps up Shadowbringers, but not the stuff that, like, sets up Endwalker. Now, let's see. Me only. Whoa, hey! That's not this week. That's not this week at all. That is totally not this week. The week of the 14th? No, that's not what next week is. I have to go change this right now. That was the old schedule before everything shot itself. Before, you know, Yoshi P had to actually take and push things back. Which, good on him that if he needs to take that long. Where is it? Pictures, right? Come on, load up. Week of the 14th, new schedule. Here we go. Final Fantasy V and Mario Odyssey will be most of next week. We will finish up patches 5.2 and 5.3 next week as well. So let's see. If next week gets to be that, that means that the Friday after this will probably be 5.4, and we'll probably end up finishing up everything out with maybe one more extra stream. But either way, we're doing good. But yeah, Sunday will be Final Fantasy V, the Pixel Remaster, and Monday will be Mario Odyssey. Then we'll go back and forth on those two different things. It shouldn't take me that long for Mario Odyssey. I actually go through that game somewhat fast. I've only actually played it once. Yeah. Anyways, where am I going? Where are we going? 16 different people I follow on. Hello, Fox. But actually, goodbye, Fox, because I'm picking someone to raid. Maybe I should go to Twitch's main site beforehand, or maybe I should look at this because it's like, I see the list on the side of Opera GX, but it never tells me how many people there are in each channel. You know what? I think we'll go to Sojaro. He's doing Sonic Heroes. Whoops, wait. Yeah. You know, one of these days I really need to get around to playing Sonic Heroes. Actually, I need to go see if I even have the disc. Because I'm as soon as I get to stop this stream, I need to check my bank account to see if stuff went through. So I can order that HDMI cable. Or not HDMI cable, HDMI adapter for the GameCube. Anyways, let me start this right up. Start it up. Rev up them engines, because we're going to go visit a cat. Thank you for coming out tonight. Stay safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Oh, not tomorrow night. Sunday night for Final Fantasy V. First time. Blind. Completely blind. Have a good night.